Hello. Welcome to day 4 of my fakemon marathon. If you're around, say hi in the chat. We don't currently have anyone joining us in voice chat, but I'm sure that'll happen. The goal for today, as has been for the whole week, is to complete 4 designs at least. We'll see how quickly we get through them. The first one for today, I have only a very rough sketch for it, but it'll do. Of course, as soon as I start streaming, there's like a giant truck outside. Alright. But there it is. Partially inspired by the Bulbasaur family and the art of them in Generation 1. But this will be based on 2 very bad invasive species that we have here. One that is... The main one is called Scotch Broom. So it's a species of plant native to the British Isles. Hey Thug, welcome. Yeah, so it's a species of plant that is native to the British Isles, and in the spring and summer it has really, really bright and beautiful yellow flowers. But it actually like changes the soil composition around it to make it harder for other plants to grow next to it. And it also it's also like extremely hardy. Mob spawn, hello, welcome. So yeah, so it's because it's hardy, like it's hard to deal with, it's hard to pull out. So it's like, and it's very adaptable and very very hardy. Like it's just spread everywhere. And the other one that we're gonna use is the American bullfrog, just another very invasive species that I haven't done as much research about, but like that's why it kind of, this design kind of goes into a frog direction. So yeah, so the main thing here is just to kind of refine the shapes, and maybe make the patterns and stuff a little bit more interesting on it. This is even though it's a plant monster, we actually decided to make it a poison and dark type. I mean, mostly because we have a lot of grass types in general planned, and so we wanted to kind of bring in some more type variety, and both poison and dark are fitting for this Pokemon for different reasons. Yeah, so I think I'm pretty okay with keeping it like pretty similar to Ivysaur is whose pose I was specifically like emulating here. But obviously, like I don't want someone to look at this and think that it's a regional Ivysaur, so that is something that I'll have to watch out for. But yeah, Mom Spawn, I don't know if you've hopefully you've seen the welcome trailer for the region project, so you're kind of up to speed on what I'm going for. But the plan for these streams that I've been doing is to just kind of figure out the designs themselves. Like, I'm not necessarily going to be, actually, not necessarily, I'm not going to be doing like final renders of anything. I'm not going to do final art. I'm not going to do like refine the outline or anything like that. I'm just trying to get the designs done, and then I will complete the art on my own time later on, because I'm really short on time to get these designs done, to keep to my own schedule, but also just like, I don't want to. This is a group project. There's like other parts of the process that kind of rely on other people, and in just a few weeks we're gonna have Legends ZA coming out, and I don't want to ask the people who are already very generously giving their time and their creativity to this project. I don't want to force them to like have to do more when they're probably going to be happier playing Legends. So I needed to get some other stuff done in time to get to that stage with the help of those other people before the release of Legends. And that's why I'm marathoning. I haven't been on YouTube as much lately, so I've probably missed it, but I'll go check it out. Yeah, okay. It's this is for a region project that is hopefully pretty unique compared to other region projects that have been attempted before. Give it fangs. I suppose I could give it fangs. I can try that. It does kind of have a pretty empty looking face at the moment, doesn't it? It is based on a bullfrog. So how about I give it upturned fangs, kind of like a bulldog. It is supposed to be a Pokemon that is considered attractive. So, even if it's just like the colors of the very bright yellow flowers, like that's okay. But I don't want it to be a Pokemon that people look at and think, I wouldn't want that walking around my garden, So it might take a little bit of finessing exactly how to balance the kind of uglier, monstrous bits and Yeah, maybe the fangs need to be a little bit smaller so they can be more spaced out. But yeah, gotta balance the whole thing. Hello, Go Play. Welcome back. I do feel like it needs something on the middle of the forehead here, but at the moment I don't know what that'll be. Toxic Toad, welcome. Purple, welcome. It is not Venusaur, but it is largely based on the pose and the proportions of Ivysaur, actually, for specifically the artwork from Generation 1. Out of topic, I've always wanted to make a region of my own, but I haven't been all that confident with my own art, and ideas have been running thin in regards to the designs as well. Yeah, I have the opposite experience. Years ago, I explicitly said that I had no intention of ever making a region of my own. On principle. And then I came up with a good reason to do a region after all. So here we are. But yeah, it was all like in the reasoning behind it. It wasn't just a like, I'm gonna make a region and let me think about what that could look like. It was like I want to make a video about this topic, but like I don't really know how to tie that into Pokemon, and then it came to me that it could be a region. And then I was like, damn, guess I'm making a region after all. Is it still a froggy? It is an American bullfrog, so yeah, it is definitely froggish. What are the starter Pokemon in my region? Well, we will be working on the first stage starters tomorrow. So just watch out for those. But there's a bird, a snake, and a cat. How the tables have turned. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you're doing yours based on the Philippines. That's nice. So the Philippines, I don't have a good sense of what the like total area of the Philippines is like compared to like Japan, for example, because that's a good reference for the sizes of regions. But I appreciate, like, I'm pretty sure Philippines has less area than, say, France or the entire like England. So that's a good start. Geographically limited is a good thing. You love birds. Good, I do too. Water kitty. Well, I guess if you're gonna see it all tomorrow anyway, I can tell you. Actually, no. The concept, the concepts are new, but the pairing of type and animal, none of them are new. They have all been done before, officially, and it was just one of those like that's just the way it's gonna be, and we're gonna be okay with that. But no, it's a fire cat, a water bird, and a grass snake. all repeats. Burbs are upgraded dinosaurs, so burbs are epic. I mean, yes, but I also think that birds are beautiful and epic and cool on their own merits, and not just because not just as because of their relationship to dinosaurs. Both can be individually cool. The moment the bird starter drops, you're gonna try redrawing it or drawing it for yourself. Okay. I don't get a lot of fan art, so I'm always very excited when a viewer draws something. Hello.
Hello. I just came to say hello.
Like in the song.
Sure. Yeah, I love that song. Looks like a corrupt Bulbasaur.
I guess that is kind of it. This is a Galarian Bulbasaur. And I mean Galarian in the pejorative sense, that it took over the world. It is here to conquer.
Yeah, I'm just up to
no good.
Yes, correct. But yeah, no, I'm making some baked goods, or future baked goods rather, because I'm just making cookies. I'm making the cookie dough to be baked for a later date. So.
Right.
So I just wanted to say hello.
Hello. I feel like the leaves need to overlap the top of the head a little bit, but the shape isn't quite feeling right.
Mm-hmm. Curly hair like that. Is it the dude at the like battle tower, or like a fire type gym leader or something? The one with the curly hair.
Oh, the one from Xeno. The Elite Four.
Flint.
Flint, yes. Mr. Ronald McDonald.
Thank you, Toxic Toad. Hello, goodbye.
Hello, goodbye.
Oh, there's no birds outside.
Mom's one has 5 pages in a sketchbook dedicated to Torchic. Nice. Yeah, I mean there's always delay. The only way to avoid delay entirely is like I can reduce the stream latency on my end, but that typically means that it streams in lower quality. And for an art stream, I think a little bit of latency is better than the image being like difficult to see. So, sorry. I'm also not like, I'm not a dedicated streamer, and so I don't invest in super high-end hardware that can handle all of that stuff. I'm glad that the delay is not a big deal. I'm trying not to make the leaves to just be a bunch of bumps, to try to make it a little bit more intentionally shaped. But the Scotch broom is just a bush, and so it's not the most like shapely plant, and I don't think there's like specific, like I don't think it has very distinct leaf shapes. Although I suppose I should look that up, because that would be something I could, if it does have relatively distinct leaf shapes, I suppose that's something I could play into. But yeah, no, it's just like it's a bunch of like really tiny leaves. Yeah, the flowers themselves are more interesting, but even then, they're like really small petals, and so like when you're looking at it from a distance, at least, it's just like yellow bush. I think there's someone like walking down the street and singing really loudly. I doubt it was loud enough for my microphone to pick it up, but it was just very unusual. obviously, I think it'll look more interesting when I put like colors in. But is this too simple? We had some guy that on the week just came up near the house and sang. It was it was loud and annoying. Yeah, I if I was streaming, I would probably just like poke my if I wasn't streaming rather, I would probably just poke my head out there and see what the hell is going on. But he's gone now. I think he was like literally walking up the street because I could like hear really low at first, and then it was like growing and growing, and then it disappeared again. So, but yeah, weird. Trying a slightly different approach on the leaves. We'll see how it looks. Just the leaves of Scotch broom are like small and pointy, so I'm just trying to play that up a little bit more, and we'll see if it works, because sometimes it can be too much, right? Okay. I kind of like this actually. I still think it might need something in the way of patterns, but as far as like body structure, the level of bushiness, all of that is working for me. What do you guys think? Basically, the lower level, the like pointier bits, are all going to be like bush green, and the top layer, all the like rounder bits, that's all going to be a bright yellow. Looks good to you. Okay. Anyone else have opinions? Good or bad? Would a fourth horn be too much? Fourth horn. Second horn in the middle. That's not bad. Alternatively, it could be two horns on the sides. Two horns on top, I think, would be too much. I like the eyebrow horns and the horn in the middle, but it could be it could have a nose horn. A vicious little guy. Well, I think it would not be a very little guy. I think it would be bush shaped. So yeah, it's not little like a shaman. I think it would be more like the size of an ivysaur maybe. Let me actually pull up an image just for myself of American bullfrog. So that I can have a look at what their patterns look like. They don't really have too much. It's more that just the face is greener than the rest of the body. There's some striping on the legs. Some very minor. Yeah, like all the spots that they do have are pretty minor, but I guess they have like a circle behind the eye. That's like the one thing that is pretty consistent in the images I'm seeing, is that there's like a circle here. But yeah, maybe I'll put a little bit of striping on the legs, just a very faint striping on the legs, and then I'll make a marking on the face to make it a little greener than the rest of the body. Why does it have horns? It has horns because Scotch broom is a thorny plant, like literally and figuratively. I suppose the horns are not necessary, you know, for the concept to work. But yeah, I like it with the horns. Also, like, makes it look more like a dark type, I think. But yeah. I just want to... I generally think that this is ready for me to put colors on it. So I just need to pick some good colors and kind of go for it. You missed the horn explanation. I don't know that I explicitly explained the reason for it to have horns. Nobody had asked before. I don't trust myself near thorny plants. I have a bad habit of trying to pet plants. Strange, but they're fascinating to me. The moment you put one of these bad boys in front of me, I'll have 4 new holes. If you're careful, you can definitely pet thorny plants. Just you know, don't pet them too hard. What is the explanation for why he isn't grass type? The lore reason? I don't think there needs to be a lore reason. I mean, there's like Flygon that is a bug that isn't a bug type. There's Gyarados that is a dragon that isn't dragon type. It'll be in the plant ag group, or you know, it would be if we were doing that stuff, but. It's a plant, it's just not a grass type. Or the anchor, that's not that's not steel type. Can vouch, I had a cactus named Fluffy for a while before I had to give it to my grandma, and I Liked gently running my hand over its spikes. Nice. Yeah, well, we're not doing we're not doing the mechanical stuff because that's not what this project is about. So like, yeah, we're giving them types, but like that that's like as far as we're getting in terms of playing into the mechanics. Um, but yeah, it could totally have an ability that powers up its grass moves. Uh, I was seeing some photos of Scotch Broom that actually has some orange here and there, like on the inside of the flowers. I don't remember seeing any around here, but I think it's probably a good idea to just kind of give it a little bit of color variety to put some orange bits just here and there. What do y'all think? Maybe the plant has a sort of parasitic relationship with the frog, which is why it isn't grass. I suppose we could pretend that they are two separate beings, but I feel like some of the other people in the project can do the mechanic stuff on our own separately. Yeah, like it won't come up in the video is the thing, but like in the final video. But that doesn't mean that you can't think about it, right? I see a yes dude that because of the slight delay between stream and when I see it, I'm not entirely sure what you're responding to, Mobspun. I'm gonna just assume that it's to having the orange in the flowers. You have already assigned signature Pokemon to type specialists of every type, and that makes literally no sense for the region. Nice. Okay, cool. I was on the right track. So the coloring that I'm giving it on the face is based on the color of the American bullfrog. And I like that it has something brighter on the face because it kind of draws your eye there. But I don't think this is working. I think I need to do something different. I like that the horn was a different color. But yes, yellow belly bullfrog for sure. Face is what I'm like, battling is a sport. There's no gym leader, but I'm sure there would be someone that just really likes to use poison types. There should be maybe a bit of poison purple or dark type black somewhere. There, I did put dark type black around the eyes, and I was just thinking that maybe the maybe the space between the eyes should also be black, but I don't know. Oh, what if the horns have some grain on them, which helps kind of disguise that it has horns? Because they would blend in with the leaves. I like that. I like the idea of the mask, but the particular shape of it is not quite right for me. You like the concept of green horns, but it also needs to be distinguished clearly in the render. I don't think it needs to be distinguished clearly if the whole point is that they blend in. But hello, Axel and Volps, welcome. Speaking of type specialty, hey chat and Umbreon Libris. If you guys specialized in a type, what type would you specialize in? What would be your ace? I'd probably go fire and Talonflame. Well, we were talking about favorite types yesterday, and the type that has the most Pokemon that I like is the dark type. So, and I mean, my all-time favorite Pokemon is a dark type. So that's probably a safe call for me. That is staying. So mask on or off? Actually, now I think I like it. I might change. I might put the outlines, the eye outline, to actually go where the color is going, and not because before I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking that it would just be like this, and so the dark, like eyeshadow, would be the only part that has outlines. But if I'm doing this, then I'll probably outline the whole mask. And then for the horns, I can try them in yellow, but my idea for coloring the horns green was that it would blend in with the bush, and so it would make it harder to tell that it has those horns. But that's what it would look like in yellow. And I just realized that I didn't color the thorn on the elbow. Also, I will probably blend in that. So that it's more like that. This is just done roughly, but yeah. So that's what it would look like in yellow. Wait, what? Oh, I was painting it all in black accidentally instead of. There we go. So that's what it would look like in green. That's what it would look like in yellow. Oh, I should put the mask back on. I do actually think that the yellow horns look better, and maybe that's okay. Yeah, I'll just go with the yellow horns. It does look better. I think I will cover or color the horns a little bit more. Like that. And let me redo the eye outline. And then it's basically 4 o'clock and time to move on to the next design anyway, so... Yeah, there you go. I think it looks great. Yeah, the orange works too, but I like that the horns and the eyes are different colors. Yeah, so I think the yellow looks better. Thanks, Volps. By the way, the working name for this one, which I'm pretty happy with, is cytosis, which reference, of course, psychosis and toad, but it also has the scientific name of Scotch broom, which is Cystius scoparius. So cytosis. And that's that for this one. So, what's next? Bye! Right. So next is a regional Butterfree. So just give me a moment. So the Butterfree, I'll tell you ahead of time that I'm like decently satisfied with the idea. I think the specific details of execution that I chose when I did my first sketch don't quite work. So there it is. It is based on the Western tiger swallowtail, which is a butterfly. And to kind of spice things up and not make it just be like it's a Butterfree that looks different, it's we decided to make it a bug and normal type and kind of play into the tiger of the tiger swallowtail and give it some beastly aspects. So like the patterns of the wings are probably fine, but it's mostly just like the amount of fur that I put on the body and the like angry eyes I'm not totally sold on. So I will rethink that. But let me grab a an image of Butterfree to use as the reference. I've brought this up before, and like I made a whole video that is basically all about this, or maybe half about this. But to me, the main evidence that Butterfree and Venomoth, at some point, the developers decided to swap their designs, is that Caterpie and Metapod look like the caterpillar and chrysalis of a swallowtail butterfly. And then Butterfree is not at all. Butterfree is like a completely different species. But Venomoth has these swallowtails, has the like bits on the wings that are like the characteristic of swallowtail butterflies. I'm noticing that my camera is kind of like going back and forth a lot on the exposure. Let me see if I can just like slightly reposition it so that the bright window on this side doesn't show. Maybe now it'll be a little bit more stable as I move around. So yeah, so to me, that's like, it's a giveaway. At some point, those designs got switched. It might have been like really early on, but like, you know, elements of that survived. But yeah, the main thing is to just kind of reshape the wings a little bit. I'll put this on top so that I have both references there. Because I did draw that sketch over Art of Butterfree as well anyway, so. But as far as trying to make it beastly without going too far, I think a little bit of fur here and there is good. All right, bye, Thog. A little bit of fur, like on the ears, is I think a good idea. And or the like fur on the jowls. Maybe not both. Maybe both is where it gets too much. But I think mostly it's the eye that isn't doing it for me. Like, maybe I don't want it to be predatory, angry eyes. Mom Spawn, I'm glad you seem to really like the direction of this design. But yeah, maybe I keep the eyes. Maybe I keep the original eyes, and I just give them a different color or something. Really is an understatement. All right. Cat Butterfly is a success, at least with one viewer, and that's the least we ask for, you know. It's, like, okay, it resonated with one person. That's good enough. You got 2 cats and a wallpaper of a lion on your PC. I think that says a lot about your reaction. Well, I mean, we have 2 cats as well. We don't have a lion wallpaper though. We have lots of birds. We have lots of like bird patterns and things like that. Is this cat yeah, this is one of our cats. The other cat is in a little burrow over here. So she won't be visible, but she is with us. We've got a wooden owl statue. That's nice. Yeah, we have a couple owls. We have a what's it called? Like a needlepoint owl. That's by our front door, and on our front door we also have a welcome mat that is an owl, and it says "Who's there?" So of course we love it. Yes, it pretty much was a must-have. Like as soon as my wife saw it, and of course I agreed. You okay there, Rogue? I don't know if you guys can hear it, but yeah, my cat's got a hairball. Although she very rarely actually like throws up the hairball. She usually just does the like hacking and then I don't know, swallows it back up or something. It's very much audible. Okay. Yeah, I mean, she is pretty close to me here, so. Okay. I think I do like this better than Angry Eyes version. A little bit less furry because I removed the fur around the back, so it feels more like, and like the bigger normal eyes just helps it still look more like it's a Butterfree. I'm actually going to do the markings on a separate layer. Okay. Let me do the markings now. I wanted to do them on a separate layer because I wanted to make sure that they were reasonably consistent. So I just want to be able to adjust them independently from the wing shapes if I need to. Let me fill that in before I say whether it looks good or not. I think it does, although I do need to like put in some lines going the other way, like perpendicular lines and stuff to kind of fill in those wing shapes. Maybe I need to look at the structure of a tiger swallowtail. Just a heads up, getting a little tuckered out, up all night talking to close friends. Oh, don't worry. You you do what you gotta do. Stayed up all night. I am no longer of an age where I can do that. I mean, I've stayed up late before, or like recently, to try to complete a project or something like that, but it is not a thing I can do as easily as I once did. I don't even think it's because I'm like old or anything. I think it's just because my schedule requires me to get up early. And so that is now my rhythm. Guilty of pulling late night projects. Oh yeah, I guess the other like relatively recent thing that's definitely kept me up like later than it should is playing Baldur's Gate. I don't know. Baldur's Gate is just one of those games that I'm just like I'm just gonna do this one thing, and in order to do that one thing, I need to do this one thing, and then and then I'll finally be able to do this thing, and so. Whoops, 3 a.m. Have you played Baldur's Gate, Mob Spawn? I get carried away with Minecraft there. There was this one time I wanted to just gather resources for a bit before sleeping, and then boom, build 2 structures. Suddenly the sun's rising and I had to book it. What made me change my mind on making a region? Oh, hello, Quent. and Impound. I think you've just arrived, right? Um, what made me change my mind about making a region? So my main kind of uh, objection to making a region is that um, you don't like if you're making something that is entirely based on someone else's intellectual property, and so you don't really get to like own the result, right? So I've been, like if I'm going to dedicate the amount of time and energy to that it'll take to do a region project, then I think I should just do it for something that is mine. I'll spend that amount of time, but I'll spend it on something that I can call my own at the end of the day. So that was one thing. And the other thing is that, that is the main objection that I have about making a Pokemon region. But then there were two things that kind of came to mind that are what ultimately made me rethink it. The first is that I am actually working on a project, on a personal video game project, and I thought of a way to basically use this region project to help kind of jumpstart my my world building for this unrelated personal project. Like I can create a region that has some of the same features as this fantasy game that I have in mind that is not related to Pokemon. So that's like, okay, I can't own the results or like the ideas that I come up with for the region, but they can lead me somewhere to something that I can own. But the second thing is that on my channel, I like to explore cultural topics. I like to, discuss ways that Pokemon and real life culture overlap and interact and that kind of stuff. And that's why this and like this game idea that I have, like the society that I want to explore in that game is an anarchist, social ecological kind of society. And so if I do the same thing in a region, then that actually gives me the opportunity to talk about topics like anarchism and social ecology in a Pokemon context, which would be harder to do if I was just, talking about official games and so on, because they are not topics that have come up in the games. It's possible that some of it will change with ZA, but I'm not gonna, hold my breath for that. I'm not gonna hold my breath for Pokemon to do a utopian society in this game. So if I explore these topics in a region, I get to talk about them on my channel. So those were the two things that really changed my mind about whether doing this region was a good idea or not. And I have done a ton of research into anarchism and social ecology that is like clearly going to be informing this project, but is also very much going to go into when I focus more deeply on my own game. Quent simply steals the intellectual property mentally and stores it intellectually. What's the gimmick for this region? Well, yeah, the main gimmick is the treatment of legendary Pokemon, I think, which everyone will get to see on Sunday when we get to the designs of some important Pokemon in the region. But yeah, there's no like Mega Evolution. I mean, Mega Evolution exists, but like there's no new gimmick that I've come up with that is like Mega Evolution or Gigantamax or that kind of stuff. Impound missed the frog one, came out great. Super high backhand design that doesn't already exist. Yeah, and I'm happy with where that one ended up because where I started with that sketch, it did look quite a bit like Ivysaur. So I'm happy that it ended up a little bit more unique. Uloima is basically just Animal Crossing but Pokemon. I don't know in what way you mean that. But my answer is that no, it isn't. But yeah, I guess it depends in what way you mean that. Animal Crossing still has a lot of capitalism, and we're exploring a post-growth anti-capitalist society, so do I have a Discord server? Yes. It is a It is a private, members only Discord server. The main reason being that I'm worried if the server grew too much, that I wouldn't feel comfortable participating in it, because I don't feel comfortable in very large groups. So if you make any kind of contribution as a YouTube member or anything on Ko-fi, you will get invited. But I guess I think I talked about this a little bit the other day when someone else asked the same question, and like that is the main reason. Is just like I don't want to overwhelm myself. But wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I did too many lines. But like, I'm not here to make money, right? I have like the 10,500 subscribers. I'm not making a ton of money off of this, and I continue to do this anyway because I enjoy it and not because I'm making money off of YouTube. So like, giving people like, or saying like, yo, you have to give money in order to be invited to my server. That's not really what I'm about, and I do feel a little bit like uncomfortable about that. Like, there's like it would be fine probably if more people joined. I certainly would be fine if people who are just like interested but don't pay me. I would be okay with that, but yeah, I feel wary about opening up to more people and then getting overwhelmed, having to do more moderation, because at the moment there's like barely any moderation that I need to do. So yeah. But yes, any contribution on YouTube, not super chats, because there's no way for me to give, at least that I've figured out so far, there's no way for me to give a reward for a super chat. But a YouTube membership or any contribution on Ko-fi will give you server access. Okay. All right, that looks good. Less furry than it was before, which I think helps. How are you doing, honey?
Oh, I'm good. Made some cookie dough. I'm letting it chill out before I freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
And
wait, you're letting it chill before it chills?
Yeah. Well, because right now it's room temperature, so if I just threw it into the freezer at room temperature, then like they'll meld together and then they'll freeze like that. So we're not doing that. We're gonna chill them so that they're chilled separately,
yes.
And then they're nice and sturdy as they go into the freezer.
No, I mean it makes sense. I just thought it was funny that you're letting them cool before you cool them down more.
Yes. just a pro tip for any potential bakers out there.
Yeah, Quint, cookies, because Gono is visiting us next week, and of course, Gono deserves a cookie treat.
The poor guy's gonna like gain a couple pounds for this trip.
What do you mean, poor guy? He's gonna gain a couple pounds during this trip, and he's gonna be happy about it.
Just the blood, like maybe not so much weight, but just like blood sugar and cholesterol levels are gonna have a bit of a spike. Because I love cooking with sugar and fat. Well, baking with sugar and cooking with fat.
Well, we'll make sure to take him for a walk.
Oh, you have a vacation coming up.
I'm
do you
glad.
Want to spend it here?
You want to come visit?
Party.
Yeah, we were actually hoping that Wispy would be here at the same time, because Wispy's also been planning a visit for a while. But then just Wispy's life happened, and we had to delay his visit. But we're hoping it'll happen in December. That is the current plan.
Actually, didn't know that was more official.
Well, we'll see if he can get his password in time still. I think he can at this point, but
yeah.
Mobspawn, you're so close. Like, I'm literally putting in the colors right now. But if you gotta go to bed, you gotta go to bed.
Yes, sleep is important.
Sleep is important.
I love sleep. Cookies and sleep.
All you care about. Bye, Mobspawn. Quent needs a passport and stuff in order to visit us, I think, so we're just going to pretend that he lives in a computer.
Oh, okay. I'll accept that for now.
Quent is our Porygon friend.
Nice. Porygon's awesome. I especially like Porygon 2, but
oh yeah, Porygon 2 is cute little dude.
Yeah, I do. Like, I had a Porygon Z in Legends, and I liked the raw power.
Impound was asking what is the concept behind this one, and so it's based on a local butterfly called the Western Tiger Swallowtail butterfly, and the main thing is just that it's a iconic butterfly from this area. But then when we were thinking of how do we make it more interesting as a Pokemon, we thought what if it's a normal type? We wanted to do a different type somewhere, and so that it wouldn't just be, oh, that's looking way too much like a tiger, I think. Maybe I'll make it black instead. But yeah, we wanted it to be a different type, so that it's not just, a regular like bug flying butterfree that just looks different, and like that's the only thing about it. So we thought of making it a normal type and then using that to lean more into the kind of beastly aspects of it, and play up the tiger of the tiger swallowtail. So that's why it has the little furry bits. Definitely need to work on the colors here, though. I am not satisfied with the colors. Quent is quite partial to bug flying and butterfly variants, so I'm one of the people who wouldn't have minded. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons was that we have a lot of birds, and so if we made everything that would make sense as a flying type into a flying type, we would just have tons and tons of flying types. I think in the end we actually have very few flying types because we took away the flying type from so many designs, but so that was but that was one of the considerations, and the other consideration was the type balancing, and also just like trying to make it seem more interesting. And so a normal bug is a novel type, and it's actually like slightly better, at least defensively, compared to bug flying. So yes, and like that was the extent of it. Some red in the lower wing. Go over there. Yeah, there is a little bit of red. I suppose the inside dot could be the same color as the eyes. Where are my dots? But it's more that like I think maybe the yellow is too strong, and everything else is very pale. So I think I need to play around with the colors. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, that's better.
I like the buzz.
I am thinking that maybe the body needs to be a different color.
I agree.
To make it stand out.
What if the body was another shape?
Let's try it. I was thinking like maybe it would be orange, more like a real tiger, but yeah, maybe just a slight difference in the yellow will be enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, the pale yellow is definitely better on the wings.
Impound's asking if you can switch it to orange, just to see.
For the body, yeah, I'll try that. No, not that.
Metal.
I think I do actually like the orange better because it can give that definition without being as intense a color, and none of the other colors, at least at the moment, are very intense. Although I do think the blue and the red maybe need to be a little bit more intense.
Ooh. I like that. Nice color.
And then I'll do the same thing with the blue. Oh, this one. No. Who needs to label their layers when you can just click through every option to figure out which one is the one you're looking for?
I think the blue goes a little too strong. But just very slightly.
I think they're both a little too dark.
Oh, okay. Like, I like the red.
Yeah, I think it's just a little too dark, like that much.
Okay.
That kind of difference.
Okay.
Maybe some white makeup around the eye. I don't want to make it like too much like imitating a real tiger. Like what I put like a lighter colored muzzle at one point, and then it was like, okay, I'm just imitating a tiger in this case. So I didn't like it. Actually, maybe I should try the muzzle in blue, just to go back to the original colors. But yeah, I like it overall. This is the layer with the muzzle. The intention was not to give it a mustache, but I can see how that's how it looks. No, just trying to find a good way to color this muzzle. So that it's so that it feels, so that it doesn't feel too much like I'm just imitating the coloration of a tiger. If I use the yellow from the wings, does that look okay? Blue? Yellow? Thoughts?
Sorry, distracted. What's up?
Blue? Yellow? Thoughts?
Blue.
Blue, more like original Butterfree. Yellow, that matches the wings, which is a little bit more like a normal tiger. Or even, I guess, back to the black.
Navy.
Yellow nose. I like the yelly. Oh yeah, the white spot on the eye will definitely give it more personality, and I can just stick it there right now. There you go. Now it looks like Butterfree. The black makes it look like a cop dad.
Cute.
Alright, so chat has 2 votes for yellow and 1 for blue, and you voted for blue. So I guess I'm the tiebreaker. So, I don't know, what do I prefer? I like them both, but I think I'm slightly favoring the blue.
I'm kind of changing my mind.
Dog is gonna show the colors to his dog and let him vote.
Okay.
Okay, now you're slightly favoring the yellow. Yeah, I like the contrast as well with the blue on the face. All right. The dog has licked the yellow on my phone instead of blue. He has decided. Well, what does everyone else think? Are we just acquiescing to Thor's dog? Thor. Dog's dog? It's like, well, if the dog says so.
Sorry. I got distracted.
You don't have to be here, you know. You also don't have to apologize for being distracted. I have no expectations from you.
Okay. So what are we on?
I was asking if so Dog's dog voted for yellow. So I'm asking if we're just going to accept the dog results.
I think we can accept the dog results.
Blue nose. Yellow. Yeah, I agree, Dog. They do both look good.
Do we need a cat's opinion?
Okay, well, there it is.
Very well.
Okay, next up. Well, I hope Gano shows up soon, because Gano wanted to be here for the next one. But we can get started.
Alright, I'm going back to my stuff.
Okay, have fun.
Thanks.
So the next one is a humpback whale dragon. How are we going to do that? Well, I'll show you the sketch in a moment. Where did that one end up? There it is. I think it'll be mostly a single color, with maybe a different color for the lower jaw and continuing into the underbelly, but otherwise I think mostly the same color. And yeah, it's got these eye markings throughout. It's got the eye markings on the tail. Only the frontmost eye is a real eye, but it's got it on the paddles, so that like it's also got some oar-shaped fins. And honestly, I think this one is pretty good as it is. Like, other than, like, I'll have to, like, clean up the sketch itself. But I'm pretty happy with how it looks. So, here I go. Give it a 600 base stat total, and implying the dex that only the adults migrate this way. Calves stay in the breeding grounds. Yeah. Just make it a pseudo legendary just by Pokedex lore. The key will be that jaw. Because most whale designs look passive or jolly. Yeah. No, I agree. You know, Gunnar really wanted to be here for this one. Maybe I should do another one and wait for Gunnar to show up before I do this one. Did we find anything more about Caddy or any of the other local sea monsters? I haven't been able to find anything else that was interesting, but I also haven't had that much time to do additional research since we were planning the concept a few days ago, so. Okay. They are just supposed to be fake eyes. But I suppose they do kind of look like barnacles, and maybe I could play that up. Like, I could make them three-dimensional. That would be interesting, actually. But yeah, no, like, to a degree, this references some First Nations beings. Like, I don't really know how to refer to them. Okay, yeah, but like, yes, let's do the other one, or at least start with the other one and come back to this one. Because Gunnar loves dragons and wants to be here for this one. So the other one that I want to do today is a new Murkrow evolution. Based on the story of Raven. It is not just a blue whale. If I wanted a blue whale, I would have just used Whalemore and Wailord instead. But so I love Murkrow. Honchkrow is fine, but I don't like it as much as I like Murkrow. And especially because here Raven is a very important figure in the First Nations cosmology, I wanted to make sure to include something that pays tribute to that. I'm just getting an image of Murkrow. And so this is going to be, I think we decided on Dark Fairy. Because fairy is like, you know, it's a fey creature. It's a creature with magical powers, and it has it's a little mischievous as well, and Raven is a trickster. So there. So the idea here. So this the basic gist of the story of Raven is that Raven stole the sun or the light and brings the light into the world of people, and is punished for it. So a few things that I wanted to bring into this. Raven masks are very prominent in the dances and ceremonies of First Nations culture. So I wanted this Raven to be wearing a mask. So it'll be kind of like a Cubone in that it has a permanent mask that you never know what it is underneath, and that also kind of plays into the trickster thing, in that you don't know what it looks like, right? So it's like you don't know its full identity. The other thing is that after it fell from grace, it was. This is not a legendary creature, but this would be like there are legends about this creature, if that makes sense. So, it brings the light into the world, it falls from grace, and so it wants to go back to its former glory, so to speak, and so it decorates itself. So it wears colorful feathers and leaves or whatever around its shoulders. So that also plays into like the iridescent feathers of ravens, and it has a bright disc that kind of works as a clasp for its shoulder decorations, and that bright disc, of course, represents the sun that it brought into the world. So this one is definitely going to take more work than the whale. But yeah, this is roughly the pose that I was thinking of, that it would be like kind of like have its hand on the mask. And I definitely want to stay away from Plague Doctor. This is not. I do not want this to read as a Plague Doctor. That it's just a completely different concept that I think needs to stand on its own merits. Yeah, a greenish. Yeah, I was thinking like some greens and maybe some reds, as part of the shawl. Impound is gonna make their own design. Okay. Oh, I need to do something with that tail. Honchcrow doesn't do anything with the tail, does it? Oh, I guess it does have a little... It has a similar bush kind of tail. I don't know what to do there. I hadn't thought about that yet. So I will take suggestions on the tail. Not liking that. It looks like a mini terror bird. I guess I can see it. Hopefully it doesn't stay that way as I continue to work on it. You know, I went a long time not knowing the difference between a crow and a raven. And like I have friends who grew up here who are like, "Are you kidding? Like they're so different." You know what you want to do with the tail, but you don't want to influence me yet. Oh, okay. But I didn't grow up here. So like crows and ravens were just like something that I, saw on TV. I know the racist crows from Dumbo. But yeah, I didn't know what the difference was between a crow and a raven, and I like even when I like tried to look it up, it was like, okay, yeah, the size, but I'm like size doesn't really help me because if it's like, how do I know that it's a smaller bird if I see it flying or if I see it in the distance, how can I tell whether it's looking smaller because it's far away or because it's a crow versus a raven. Where was I born? I was born and raised in Brazil. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and so But I realized that at least one of the things that could be influencing uh, this lack of differentiation in my mind is I don't think in Portuguese I don't think there is a word for raven. I think as far as I know, they're all like we just call both of them and even other maybe other some like related species. They don't have their own name, so we just call them crows. And so I was like, huh, like I didn't have a word to express that a difference here. So I wonder if that is, related to uh, my lack of understanding that there even is something to be different. What would I do with the tail? How did I get my American accent? I was educated my entire life at an American school. Uh, in Rio, but American model. Most of my teachers, um, or I guess about 50% of my teachers, were American. But yeah, I've been speaking American English, or at least I've been learning American English since I was 3 years old. Bone braided into tail feathers. I don't think that's too complex. I'm just not sure if there's a conceptual tie to that. I mean, the dog. I know that they are all like. Are they all Corvus? Um, but but at least here, like there is a pretty significant difference actually. Like once I saw an actual raven next to some crows, I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. But like that was how I figured it out. It was like seeing them side by side, and it's just like yes, it's bigger, but it's I described it as like a raven is a crow that went to prison. So it's like it's super beefy. It looks like super uh, uh, super scruffy as well. Um, and I know that they have a wider range of vocalizations as well. Um, using the term braided very loosely here because I could not think of a better word. Um, Impound, I'm here doing this publicly because I want ideas. So the question is, do you want to share your idea with the possibility that I will use it, or either use it directly or like develop it into something else. Um, so, but uh, oh, hello, Gano. Oh, I can barely hear you. Like you sound like muffled to me, and it's not my audio.
Is this better?
Yes, hello.
It's because I was still on my car audio.
Ah, okay.
Because
Uh,
I was listening in my car because I wanted to see if we got to the dragon.
we did, and then
Um,
I started a little bit, and then I was like, no, you know what, Gonna wanted to be here, so let's skip it for now, well, and let's do
well,
the Raven. So that's what we're working on.
But yeah, and I wasn't reading chat, and I'm sure like Thog is also explaining this, but like it makes sense. Like yes, in a certain region, the certain species that you have that is a crow versus the species that you have that is a raven, it makes sense that they're a drastic difference.
Yes.
But if you look at across in English, all of the species we call crows and ravens, there is not an actual taxonomical scientific distinction. That
Sure.
there's not an agreed upon difference.
Sure.
Especially like you were just talking like here in Utah, like ravens are very sleek and crows are the ones that look very scruffy. And yes, ravens are bigger, but like just barely bigger than crows.
Right.
And then like if you look at like New Caledonia crows, which are like smarter than ravens and also have more vocalizations than a lot of ravens, it's like all of those differences, like you will find a raven or a crow that also has those things. There's not like an agreed upon difference.
Right.
Anyway, I need to get into my house and I'll be back in a second. I just
Okay.
needed to say that.
Quent, I was about to explain this to you when Gunnar showed up, but the mask is actually made of wood. Uh, it is so like this creature decorates itself, like it makes its own decorations. Um, so impound, since it took the sun, made mine look like a fan in sunset with rays, like a fan, like a this kind of fan, right? um, I'm not sure if that will quite like fit with my existing design, but I'll try something like that. That it just, to me, like in my head at least, that seems a little like a peacock. How is it fashioning wood? I don't know. It's a Pokemon. It is a Pokemon that wears a wooden mask. How does a Cubone hatch out of an egg already having a bone in its hand? How how does Yamask come out of an egg already having its own death mask? It makes its wood with fairy magic. Exactly. What could be the tail? Like I think I could make it just a normal tail. But yeah.
Hi again.
Hello. You can help me with my tail dilemma. I don't know what to do with the tail
Yeah.
for this design.
So we're doing the mask from the first people's like dancing and things like that, right?
Yes. Yes. No, I'm
Is
not
there,
just from dances, but yeah, dances, ceremonies, that kind of stuff.
do we want to do a tail that's like kind of like mimics the like, because I know there's also like scarves and shawls or like hanging things. I know stuff that we have kind of like talked about doing with the Lilligant, but like maybe something that is also reminiscent of like uh the dangly pieces of uh the things they wear when they in those traditional dances.
But what would it actually look like?
Um Maybe something kind of similar to um the fur fru's the fur fru fur that was woven.
Hmm. I don't know because this Pokemon is more about decoration, right? So like it wears a
Uh-huh.
mask, it wears uh, a shawl of feathers and stuff.
Let me look back on that website that we were at the other day when we were doing the Lilligant stuff and see if there's something just from the costumes that looks decorative that could be like put in there.
Yeah. If it's big and bushy, even better because of like that's what Murkrow's tail looks like, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put a big bushy tail here, just like to have a placeholder, so that I can think about other parts of the design. Uh, but I think this looks pretty good. Aside from not having figured out the tail, I think this looks pretty good.
So I'm seeing on a lot of just like from the front page of the website, there's a lot of like necklaces and robes that and things like that that have like those like frayed tassels.
Okay.
So maybe like have the tail just be like a bunch of those, like a big bunch of tassels that like bushes out.
A big bunch of tassels.
or just like a tassel that's a bunch of strings that is like then tied together and then comes out.
Excuse me.
You're excused. Yeah, and a tassel is generally a decorative ornament, a bunch of threads, and then, yeah. And it's bushy on one end, and then it tapers in.
Yeah, no, the idea seems fine. I'm just trying to think of like what kind of shape that would be.
Yeah.
Go play. Welcome back. We're working on a Raven design. What you missed? I think you missed the Butterfree design. But you can always go back and look at.
I approve of the Bulbasaur. I approve of the Butterfree.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Though I still think it would look cuter with a tiger tail and whiskers. Not to say that would be better, just cuter.
And instead, I made it less furry.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, not like this is too furry. Like it's looking less like a bug now. So I pared it back.
And I see you started the whale and then stopped, and I appreciate that.
Yes. Yeah, I was like, Gona will be here soon, and then after I started, I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just wait.
And I'm over here, like, I was running late. Like, I'd stay at work late, too. And then, like, I have an hour drive the freeway home. And then there was traffic and, like, a car crash. And I was getting delayed even more. And I'm like, oh, no. I'm going to miss it.
You were missing the whale right there, sitting in traffic.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to be, if you missed it entirely, you'd have to ask yourself whether it was really worth it to stay at work longer and like help people but not participate in making the dragon fakemon. Oof.
Well, I did not really have much choice. It was, things were happening and I had to be there.
You could have quit.
That is fair. But then by the time I had to go through the paperwork of quitting,
that's what the corporations always want you to think, right? Like you have a choice. You don't have to work for us. You can quit.
Yeah, this job also pays me significantly more than other of the same job in my area, and no, the whale
Right.
is not worth the pay decrease.
Well, if you say so. The new job is going okay. Cause like you haven't been there for too long, right?
I'm almost at 6 months.
6 months is still not too long.
Yeah, but it's going well.
That's good.
Um, like with any job, there are pros and cons and goods and bads. And when
Yeah.
I come back from vacation, there's going to be a big overhaul that I'm very stressed about, and but we will deal with it.
A big overhaul.
Yeah, like the entire structure of the program is changing.
Oh.
Um, in a way that most of us think is going to be a net negative,
Hmm.
but is being forced upon us by corporate.
Right.
And like we literally spent like our CEO and clinical director literally spent the last 4 months trying to push against it and fight against it, and like they're forcing this big change to my job happening, and it's kind of gonna suck, but yeah.
Right.
But with the change, I'm also going to be paid more. They did not say how much more they are going to offer us, but a lot of people already threatened to quit. So we'll see how much they're gonna, how much of a bigger salary they're gonna offer to keep me there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Squeeze them dry.
Yeah. Like I think like the for me significant thing is so currently in the residential program, they have um, basically three therapists for each kid. Like each kid has a counselor who is focused on just teaching coping skills and like day-to-day regulation. They have an individual therapist whose job is to only work on like their individual problems and like processing their emotions and feelings, and then a family therapist whose only job is to work with the family issue. So
Okay.
currently they have three therapists for each kid, which is like a really great model, divvying up and letting like each like professional focus in on one aspect.
Right.
Um, and they're getting rid of that and having one therapist do all three of those.
Oh. Yeah. I mean that seems worse for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Hence the 4 month pushback.
Yeah. No kidding.
Oh, my boss definitely respects me very much in Pound. That's not a problem.
That's good.
Yeah. It is my boss's boss's boss that does not respect us. The one who is not even in the state. The corporate CEO who used to run Walmart and is like now running this and has nothing to do with therapy stuff and no experience in therapy.
I need to redo those legs. Those legs do not look good. But I'm gonna move on for now. Bird legs can be hard. They're all knobbly.
I feel like you consistently struggle with bird legs.
I mean, I consistently struggle with a lot of things.
Yeah, but bird legs is one of them.
It also depends on like how much of the leg we're showing, which in this case is a lot. Maybe I just need to. Sorry. Hopefully that's not too loud, but Indigo's using a food processor or blender. Can't tell from here.
It's not too loud for me, but for Discord, Discord is also trying to like cut out the noise, and it's also not cutting
Yeah.
you out.
I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. Hang on.
I heard the word mute, so I assume you muted yourself.
I did. The food processor or blender is done now. I believe Indigo is making a pesto, just judging by the very strong basil smell. Oh, there it is again. She's not done yet.
I mean, Indigo is using tools, and they are powerful.
Okay, now she's done. So I was looking at tassels, and I was like, all the tassels that I'm seeing are like, just like the ends of like woven fabric, and so it's like it's a decorative choice, yes, but it doesn't really read to me as like this is a decoration. This is like a thing that I put on myself. But while I was looking at that, I saw some stuff with beads, and I was like,
Oh. You can go the Zoroark route.
sure, yeah, I guess so. I didn't think of it that way, but yes. And also, because Murkrow's tail has that like weird like red band that ties it together. So I was thinking of playing into that, and I think I'm gonna like have to curl this tail a bit. But I was just thinking like 3 beads and then just a little bush at the end. Could be what it is.
A little bush at the end of your beads.
Sorry?
Nothing.
I just didn't quite understand what you said.
It's all right. It was a loose sex joke.
Ah, okay. Now I really want to know what it was.
I was like, yeah, you have a decorative bush at the end of your little beads.
See? That was worth it. Indigo's using power tools in the back. I mean, sort of. She's using a blender. I guess that counts as a power tool. Also, hello, Fruipy. If you feel up for it, you are welcome to join us in voice chat. But also, you're also welcome to just stay in text chat if you prefer. No pressure.
You are welcome to avoid us.
Yes. Dark types and their fashion accessories are so slay. Yes, I will put some kind of design element on the mask. I just haven't thought about what that'll be yet. But yes, it has to be something simple because I definitely don't want to risk it looking like I'm trying to imitate the style and doing a bad job of it. Pretty much any pattern would separate it from the very plain Plague Doctor mask. Fair enough.
It's a very ballsy design choice, Libris.
Thank you. You meant that as a compliment, right? And not just as a pun?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because, like, obviously it's a pun, but...
Yeah. But it's a pun with purpose.
Yes.
Also give big ol' honkers. Always.
Wait, where's the layer I'm trying to hide?
Is this a single stage?
This is an evolution to Murkrow.
Oh, okay.
So, no.
Well, it's single design.
Single design, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Who keeps messaging me?
Also, everyone, don't forget to like the stream. There are 7 people watching and only 5 likes.
Thank you for being my marketer, Gono.
It's part of the job. The job that I volunteer and don't get paid for.
And that's why you need to be paid better in your other job. Because if this job paid, in fact, not only do you not get paid for this job, you pay for this job.
That's fair. An hour of my time is worth about $100, so.
Oh, damn. I wish I was in demand enough to get that myself. All right, bird legs. Let's tango. I was gonna say like maybe I should just like steal the legs from an actual bird Pokemon, and I don't know if that'll be faster than me. Like I don't know if it'll be faster for me to try to just wing it and hopefully get it right, or to
Wing it.
or to like the amount of time I'm gonna have to spend looking for the right feet. Go ahead, make your jokes about looking at feet.
Why would I joke about that? That is a perfectly acceptable pastime.
Oh, Spiro's feet are pretty close to what I'm going for. It only has 2 toes, though. Maybe Noctowl, although they overlap. Oh, Staraptor's really close there.
I feel like Murkrow has good feet.
Murkrow's facing the wrong way.
What about Honchkrow? Honchkrow is facing the right way.
Yes, Honchkrow is okay. I'm gonna try Staraptor. Because Staraptor's feet don't even overlap, so I can just draw them independently and then do whatever I want with them. Yeah, yes, Doug, the feet are way too small. That is exactly what I'm trying to fix.
Who needs leg day? Maybe it doesn't need feet.
Maybe it doesn't need feet. Okay, let's try that.
There's the Huma bird that doesn't have any feet. It's a thing.
The what bird doesn't have feet?
Huma. It's a Persian and Sufi myth.
Oh, okay.
It's a bird that spends its entire life flying and it never lands.
I see.
Yeah.
So it doesn't bother having feet at all?
Yeah.
Nice.
And it can never be defeated.
Heh.
I'm pretty sure there's another one. They called the marlet. It's like it's an English small little like mythical bird that's mentioned in Shakespeare that doesn't have feet.
Not familiar with that one either.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one, but I was like looking up to see if there's any others, and apparently there is. It's not just the Huma bird.
Hello.
Hello. You're here to join the stream again?
Just spectate for a couple minutes.
Hi, Indigo. I don't see you yet, but hello.
Hello.
How goes Pesto?
Pesto is not the besto.
Uh-huh.
It's fine. I was just trying to do the play on words.
Pesto, not the besto, reminds me of Suleta Forgetta.
Reminds you of Suletta what?
Forgetta.
Oh.
So the forget.
Tiny tippy tappies of bloom.
But you figured out I was making pesto?
Yes, I could smell the basil.
Oh. That would do it. I see.
I was like, I could smell the pine nuts from here.
No pine nuts. It's very blasphemous.
Pine nuts are blasphemous?
It's
Well,
the fact that
pesto
it doesn't have pine nuts.
pine nuts are the main ingredient of pesto.
Oh, no, sorry, that's why I was confused. I thought you were saying that pine nuts don't believe in God.
They are canonically heathens.
Interesting.
But they taste
According to
so
the canon that I just established.
Okay. I mean, the feet are pretty good. I think I need to adjust them a little bit. Like they feel too beefy. Like not too long or something, but just like
Too much leg day.
yes, yeah, before before it skipped leg day and then this time it only did leg day.
What was the story? I think it was Christian Bale who because he was such a skinny guy when he was cast as Batman. So they told him you have to put on a ton of muscles. You gotta beef up, and then he actually overdid it.
Your pass says Batman, not Bane.
I think I also just saw a skit that was where a younger kid is like, oh yeah, The Dark Knight is such an old movie. It's like, oh god.
Oh no. It's right, that's me every day at work.
Still holds up.
It's still better than most of the superhero movies that come out these days.
Yeah. The oldies are goldies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's back that era, back when it was new and good. Nice, was great. Oh, okay. You ready for my side? Okay.
Snoozer Sneeros. Is that the new version of superhero schmooperhero? I don't know what the kids say these days.
I don't know. Skibbity Batman Sigma. That's what they say.
Okay. Is skibbity a good thing?
It is neither a good thing nor a bad thing.
Oh, okay. I th- I guess I was under the impression that it was a judgment, like
And no, skippity is an expletive, so it adds more intensity to whatever comes after it.
I see, I see, I see.
Yeah. So something can be fucking great or fucking horrible. It could
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, I understand how expletives work.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure that the editor knows what an expletive is. Quint, if you're gonna use it, spell it right. But a big part of the Gen Alpha slang in general is they really lean into absurdism and what's the word that I'm looking for? And nonsensicalness.
Neat.
Yeah. And so a lot of I think especially compared to Gen Z or millennial slang, it is more confusing because it's supposed to be absurd.
Right. Okay, 609. I'm falling behind a little bit. But I think the whale will go quickly.
I'll be back.
Hmm?
I'll be back. You can be Mozart.
What kind of design do I want on the beak? Like, I think I want something fairly simple. Like that, maybe.
I just realized I was talking and muted.
Oh. I thought you were still gone.
No, I'm gone now.
Well,
but
nice to
one-
meet you.
Hi. In terms of, we already did last time talk about a couple of sea monsters with multiple heads for the whale, and then that's where we did come, like, instead of actually having a second head, we turned that into the false eyes on the tail fluke, and then the eyes on the back.
Oh, you're responding to what Thog was talking about.
Yes.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something about the Raven.
The Raven's great.
Okay. I'm satisfied with this. I want to. I will feel more satisfied if the colors look right. So, let's get that part done. So I'm going to start with the just slightly darker color, a darker version of Murkrow's color. We talked about having some greens and reds on the decoration on the shoulder. I'm thinking the beads on the tail will be the same colors. And the eye and the marking on the mask can be those colors as well. So the only really thing to figure out is, aside from just like the specific shades of each color, is I guess what color the disc should be. If the disc should be more white, more yellow, more silver even. Silver is a metal that a lot of First Nations artists work with. We now have 3 fully evolved crow or raven Pokemon, and they all have some kind of hat. I guess that's true. But 2 of them evolved from Murkrow, and Murkrow has a hat, so that's kind of inevitable. Gano, you're gonna have to explain to me what that sentence is supposed to mean. Like, you don't have to explain each word, but like provide a translation, please.
It means he is a very rich and fancy person living a life that looks extravagant but is actually horrible.
Okay. But yeah, I looked at that and I understood, like, in the context, in the correct context, I understood he's so living a.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you. Dog, do you identify as Gen Alpha? I don't know what the official cutoffs are, so.
Earlier in chat, Thog said that they are Gen Z.
Gen Z. Okay. I'm definitely a millennial, so I'm I guess to Thog, I'm a Gen Xer, and to Gen Alpha, I'm a boomer. – 2001. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, everyone who was born this millennium is a baby. Quent is a person with feelings and dreams. Well, we all are. Well,
Prove it, Quint.
hopefully.
Prove it.
Gano, did you say prove it?
Yeah, I don't trust him.
You don't think Quent is a person with feelings and dreams?
It's not about what I think. It's about me not trusting his statement.
I see. Hey, Gabe. I cannot hear you.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. I heard you say, oh no.
Okay, you can hear me. Oh hey.
Hello.
Hello. Hey.
how's it going?
Good, I'm sick still.
Ah, that does not sound like good. Right. I think I'm basically done with this with this guy, except for the color of the medallion. I was gonna make it gold, but actually I think I want to try it in silver. Maybe the medallion needs to have some kind of design on it. But otherwise, I think it looks really good.
The medallion should have a smaller version of this Pokemon as its design, which has another medallion on it with a smaller version of this Pokemon. And so,
Murkrow's toenails are white? I can't tell if that's right or not. Are you gonna maintain that or just have it all be yellow?
Yes, I guess they are white. There you go.
Woohoo!
Its claws are now properly manicured. Or pedicured, I guess.
I don't know, you're the feet guy. I'd say feet guy. You like him knobbly, that's all I know.
Sure. I hope someone hears that completely out of context.
I still remember the one time I sent feet pics to our D&D group chat.
I'm trying to remember what that was.
It was the list of available feats y'all could choose.
Right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I remember you being like, sorry for the feet pics, and I was like, I was trying to remember what was it actually.
They were feet pics, exactly what I said. See, this is why I don't trust Quint.
This is what the design would look like if it was just a design of itself. But wait, what? I thought I made a new layer. But I don't think that's what the design on the medallion would be. Especially if it's a medallion that is meant to represent the sun that it stole. So I'm thinking just a round. Yeah, just something like this. But I'll make it like super. I'll make it subtle. Like it'll. I'll just do it in like shading, basically.
Instead of a medallion, it should just have a sunstone there.
I suppose it could. I could replace the medallion with a sunstone. I am willing to entertain that idea enough to actually like put an image of a sunstone there and see how it looks.
That could be the evolution method. It evolves by sunstone.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah, you're literally stealing the sun.
Yeah.
Or even better, for modern Pokemon, it can only evolve if it fights against a Pokemon in the wild holding a sunstone, and then you use Thief on it.
It has to defeat the Pokemon with Thief and take a sunstone from it. We don't have any Pokemon that have an item, like an actual item that is part of their design, right? Except I guess like Cubone's Thick Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that one, the Thick Club, they came up with it afterwards.
Honestly, I kind of like how the sunstone looks there.
I do as well. Did I draw the medallion on its own layer? I don't think so. I think it was the whole shroud, so. I talk about drawing something on the same layer as something else, and I just hear Indigo giggle from the kitchen, and like I genuinely don't know if she's laughing at the idea that I like drew something on the wrong layer again. And considering that she's not saying anything at the moment, I think that's not what she's responding to, but the timing was just perfect.
As far as Pokemon holding an evolution item, like very technically, like Scizor and Steelix do have their metal coat, and Rhyperior does have its protector.
Very technically, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and Dusknoir does have a Reaper cloth. And Mamoswine has its ancient power. Yes, it is. I'll be back.
All right, chat. What does everyone think of sunstone on the chest?
I like sunstone.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's one vote for sunstone. Gono approves. Dog approves. Okay. Quant approves. All right. We're all on board. All right. Yeah. I already like this much more than I like a Haunch Crow. Oh yeah, this thing definitely needs a name. We have a working name, but it's not a very good one. The working name is Craven with a K, but yeah, it's not the best. But in the interest of time, considering I was supposed to be finishing the stream in 20 minutes and we still have to get through the whale, I hope the whale will be easy. So we'll get through that. But it's something to think about, what name the Murkrow evolution could have. Yes, Quint, that's why it's not a good name. There was something I needed to catch up with. Something that Thog said in the chat. Two serpentine heads flanking a central head. I think, yeah, so the reason this has a bunch of eyes is that there's some iconography of sea monsters in First Nations art that has a pattern on the sides that it's just a pattern that they like. It's just part of the art style. It's just like it appears in everything, but it does kind of give the impression that it has eyes everywhere. And having the eyes on the tail is meant to represent that second head that some of the sea monsters have. So I think it is better to keep it simple and still have just the one head, but just have these extra eyes to represent the extra heads. And Gano, I hope you're here, because this time I'm not gonna just wait for you to come back. I hope you're here at least in spirit, if not in voice. I think if I put a second eye on the flippers, it'll become too crowded. Oh, and someone earlier, I don't know if they're still around, don't remember quite who it was, but someone asked if the eye spots were going to be barnacles, and I actually really liked that idea because of the way that, like, barnacles grow on humpback whales and, well, just whales in general. The eyes also represent the youngins being preyed upon by Zapdos. Sure. I'm not sure how you're making that connection, Gano, but I'm glad to see that you are listening in. But yeah, I thought the barnacle idea was really good. Gabe, do you ever do your designing like live collaboratively? I know you get like opinions and ideas from people on your server, but do you ever draw in front of people?
I have done it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm so bad at it.
Really?
Well, yeah, and like I've watched other people like Bonnie John, and Bonnie's just really, really good at it, and other
Yeah.
people are. I mean, you're good at it too, but I just when I'm arting, like right now, I have Photoshop open and I'm working on. I mean, thumbnails. Not that it's super arty, but
Mm-hmm.
I just like I zone out and I forget to talk. I forget to read the chat. Like I'm so bad at maintaining a connection, which is what people kind of want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I struggle real hard. You know.
Oh. Yeah, no, I get it, and I think I had that problem when I started as well. But like the reason that I do this, like I hope that the viewers get the connection out of it. But for what I get out of it is that I get to ask questions and just be like, when I'm stuck, I get to just be like, what do you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that happens fairly often.
I may have to give it another go. I have I mean, this is like way out in the future, but I mean, there's a decent chance, kind of inspired by you and this project, but like
Oh.
my next region may be like all the designs are collaborative.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. I don't know how feasible that actually is, but I don't know. This type of work is inspiring, so we'll see what happens.
You're close to the end of your current project, right? I think we talked about
Yeah.
that before.
Yeah, and I am. Oh boy, I am like burnt out. Oh boy,
Oh,
get through the end of this because it's exhausting.
yeah. I think we talked about like a non-YouTube project that you were thinking of, but like with your current region project coming to an end, do you have a sense of like what your channel is going to be like?
Yeah. Well, I have like my like region comes to a close, and then there's 2 DLC projects which are like user submitted or viewer submitted designs.
Right.
And I like compile them into like a really simple story. And then after that is probably going to be again another region that's all collaborative.
You're
We'll
gonna
see
go
how that
straight
goes.
into another region, all right.
Yeah, I mean, with the hope that it just doesn't take as much work. Like, it won't be narrative like what I do now. There won't be, like, voice acting in every episode, because that's just
Yeah.
so much work. And I won't be, like, drawing all the backgrounds like I do now, because, again, that's just... God, talk about work that nobody notices or cares about. I spend so much time on backgrounds and nobody knows. So I just need a simpler Pokemon project next.
Right.
That way I have time to do some non-Pokemon related stuff as well.
Mm-hmm. You mean non-Pokemon related stuff that would go on your channel, or just
Yeah, yeah.
personal
the hope is
stuff?
I can branch out a little bit and have some
Right.
extra stuff. We'll see. Tabletop role-playing stuff, maybe? I don't know.
Ooh. Fun. If you need a player, I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, it would be me running little one-shots. I have a super, super simple system that I play with my friends. It's like a 2d6, mainly story system, not crunchy at all.
Right.
But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I definitely, I would love to have you on, I should say.
Please, Libras, we talked about the Zapdos thing when coming up with this. Yes, Gano, sorry. I remember that part. I don't remember how the eyes were supposed to tie into that.
Because it was like the eyes are on the... So, like, the Thunderbird looking down would see the eyes looking up at it and, like, oh, it sees me, I'm not going to attack.
Right.
So, like, a defensive thing from when they're calves, and it's like, oh, well, like, it's looking at me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the true eye should be slightly different than all the... yes, I think so. Different rendering. I'm going to shade the barnacles so that they look 3D. So certainly the shading of the real eye will be different.
Wait, are the tail eyes barnacles or real eyes?
It's all barnacles except for the very front set of eyes.
Okay. Gotcha.
All barnacles all along.
Barnacles all the way down to the tail.
Yes. Libris, I miss our D&D campaign. You know, I miss DMing, but I also just desperately want to be a player.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
I was having a conversation with Indigo about how many of the NPCs y'all run into were actually my character sheets for player ideas that I never got to play.
Right. I mean, at least you got to play them a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know if Indigo told you about him, but I was like, there was a surprising amount. They're like, oh yeah, all of these were just my characters.
No, I don't think she told me about that conversation, but... Yes, you.
Oh. I always pick great times to walk back in.
Gano was telling you about how so many of the NPCs that we encountered in D&D were characters that he didn't get to play on his own.
Yeah. Sad.
Am I remembering correctly that Fanks was one of them?
Yes, Banks was in the first group. Like when you guys did that little like fighting tournament, literally everyone you fought against was one of my character ideas that I was, even just the ones that I was deciding between when I picked Strider.
Hmm. So if you'd decided to play Fanks, we would have fought against Strider.
Yeah, pretty much.
Trippy.
Even the shapeshifter that impersonated you was one of my characters.
Hmm.
And you also fought them once before. I'm pretty sure. Was it Tinker fought him once? Because he was actually at the, or a different version of him was at that tournament as well.
Right. Yeah, I remember there being a shapeshifter, but I don't remember who fought him or if we just like witnessed him fight someone else or something like that.
It was one of you. I think it was Wispy's character. I think it was Tinker. And then you fought him again and killed him. Like 150 years later.
Did we?
Yeah, like it was the person who impersonated you.
Oh. Wait, did we talk about that, or like is this completely new information that I'm learning right now?
This is new behind the scenes information that you're learning right now.
Okay. Well, for like I don't know, the way that you revealed that, it gave me the impression that I should have known it. And I was like, wait. Am I being mind blown by something that I already learned?
No, and there would not have been a way for y'all to put that together because you never like yes, you've seen a shapeshifter, but it's a shapeshifter. How are you going to know it's the same shapeshifter?
Yeah.
Do you want
And
to-
they did not say anything like I remember fighting you 150 years ago.
Not right now. It won't take me too long to finish this. So. Did it copy the way I look just by remembering what I looked like 150 years earlier?
No, it probably didn't even remember.
In case anyone watching is lacking context, Gono is the DM for the D&D campaign that we ran for a long time on our on my server, and that is currently on hold because one of our players his schedule changed, and that was it. The campaign just died with that.
I also kind of like had a little bit of burnout, so it's like I was like the schedule changed and we were waiting on it, and then I also at that point wasn't in a hurry to figure it out.
Right.
But I'm unburnt out now, and maybe we will revive it.
Now you're just raring to go.
I wouldn't say I've gotten to rare in status, but I'm unburnt out.
Do you feel like we would ever actually finish the campaign? And I don't mean like, are we going to be objective enough that you know that we reach the end, but like, is there a conclusion that we would be actually working towards?
Well, in my idea is that the conclusion is when both Whitestone and Zephyr are safe.
Right. So, am I adding anything else to this? Dog says the barnacle eyes shouldn't have dark pupils. Do you mean the real eyes? Or the barnacles? Like, are you saying that the middle of the barnacle shouldn't be dark? Or that the real eye should have a colored pupil?
Maybe he's saying.
Yeah, or maybe both.
In the Discord chat, Thog had also thrown the idea of horns that might look like ears. Did we address whether that's a good idea?
No, I don't think so. Does
like
the
wolf
does the
ear-
angle on that back barnacle look right? The angle on the front one looks right, but on the tail, I mean.
Yeah, it needs to slide up more. Up and left, I think. Because right now there'd be too much fin. I almost said upstage of it. That doesn't help you. Above it.
Oh, theater people.
Yeah, I know, right? Ugh. The only other thing is, I wonder if it's worth messing with the fins. Like when I think of humpback whales, I always think about like on their fins they have nodules that aren't on the ends. They're like on the edge. They have- yeah. Which I forget. Like helps with hydrodynamics. Like somehow having those bumps and ridges helps more than like a smooth flipper when you're that big.
Right.
Something like that.
I think at one point we were also going to try to make the fins more claw-like, or have them have like actual claws at the end. I don't know if we scrapped that.
Oh, like good claws like nails? That was never what I was interpreting from our conversations. I was interpreting something like this. But yeah, we shaped the flippers like this to make it look more like dragon claws, and
Oh, sure. Yeah.
and also to look like oars.
Oh yeah, the oars.
Yeah. So like, I do think that it would look more natural, I guess, to have flippers that are, you know, more like this shaped. But then it kind of loses some of the
Yeah, inspiration and everything.
yeah. And
What if we
I
keep
don't
the
know if
same
there's a
shape?
way to do both. So,
Yeah.
Sorry, Gunnar, what was that?
What if we keep the same shape but just gave it like 4 nails, like, you know, little thingies? It's so strange how periodically I have to, like, my stream will just stop being live. Like, it'll just kind of like slow down and then
Oh,
be
weird.
behind. Yeah, and it always happens to me. It's been like a thing that's been happening for like a year, where it's like every 10 minutes I have to like check and see it's not live anymore, and I have to like catch up, like click the live button and catch up.
Weird.
Yeah.
Is this like with any stream?
Yeah, with any stream. And there's no like noticeable delay. I don't know how it happens.
Claws? Yay! Oh no, wait. I thought I was drawing the claws on the wrong layer, or on a new layer, and I was not. And there's the indigo laughing at me for the wrong layer that I thought was happening earlier. Earlier, I said something about drawing on the wrong layer, and you laughed like right away.
Oh, I see.
And then I was like, I don't know if that's actually what she's laughing at, but the timing was perfect. And then you didn't respond to that, so I was like, okay, I think she has her headphones in. And
Sorry, kid.
and so what she was laughing at was nothing to do with this.
Oh,
I don't know.
But I do like claw. Nail claw. I think you nailed it.
Let me put it on the other side as well. Forgot the one on the thumb. What does everyone else think?
Yeah. If anything, maybe narrow the forearm just a hair so it reads more like an oar.
Okay, that's easy enough to do. But you like the claws being there?
Yeah, I think they could be either. I think they could be a little bigger. Maybe.
Bigger as in the claws themselves being more pronounced, or as in, like, they go farther into the oar part?
I think either. Probably into the oar part.
Hmm.
Well, you don't want it to look like a fork either. Shoot, I don't know.
A four orc.
God.
Fruppy, Gano. Gano, Fruppy.
Hello.
The best way to be introduced to Gano is with a pun. So
Yeah, that is fair.
I had to wait for it to happen. I'm not against the clause, but I'm not totally sold on it either. The thought thinks the design looks a little empty. I feel like with the right colors, it'll feel better. But I mean, yeah, I don't know what else to put there. Flippers could be separated. I don't know if that really does much, but
I do think that like there should be a like separation with the underbelly versus like you know like the dorsal ventral separation.
sure. Yeah, so like that's what I was talking about, just like with the right colors. But I
And then I
can.
think that will help because like the fin the fin flippers will kind of like overlap from the ventral color, so they will look more distinct.
This is just an idea, but yeah, no, I think that line is too high. Okay. All right. What?
There you go again.
What color were you guys picturing this?
What typing is it?
Pure dragon.
Pure dragon. Hmm.
I guess I was picturing it with a dark desaturated purple.
Yeah, that's actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can mess with barnacle color. Maybe go a little bit more vibrant with them.
Hmm. I was thinking the barnacles would just be, you know,
White.
beigey white, yeah. Especially because they're also eyes, but
Oh, that's true. They do need to look like eyes.
But if we make its eyes red or something, then. You know,
yeah,
that
yeah.
works.
The real eye can definitely be a different color.
We can make it binacle orange.
Binacle orange.
Everyone's favorite Pokemon.
Hey, I love it. Well, not so much binacle, but barbarical, yes.
I am. Apparently, it's one of the ones that's getting a mega, so I'm excited to see what they do with it.
Oh, that's that hasn't been announced.
Oh, then never mind. I'm just guessing.
At least not I've seen. I've only seen what's on official Pokemon media, and even that I may not have seen all of it because I'm just like not active on social media, and so if YouTube decides not to give me a notification for something, I don't know what it is. The other day I learned about my friend Malamar because someone else told me about it. And I was like, why is Bulbapedia Malamar themed?
Actually, like, don't even know what, like, so I only saw the one my friend Malinamar video. I did not realize until you started talking about it that there was like a thing that was going on with that for like a week or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever's handling some of the Pokemon social media stuff right now is like doing a real good job.
If Mega Barbaracle has 6 arms or whatever, like a Hindudati, I'm on board. But the main thing that I hope for as far as just like the new Mega designs is that there's a good number of them, and that we don't find out all of them before the game comes out.
Yeah.
I'm trying this new thing where you like actually watch the marketing stuff that comes out before the games. Like, I don't know, it seems kind of weird, but but I want to experiment with actually knowing what everyone else knows when I start playing. And I just don't want that to be everything.
Yeah. Libris was this? I can't remember. What Pokemon did we almost, or not almost, but comically thought of naming Megaterra?
I think it was this one. hopefully the coloring for this one goes quickly, and then I can go have dinner. I can smell dinner. It is calling to me.
So Libris, for reference, since I mentioned to you the thing about having to like, or with my stream going like, slow, I've had to like catch up 3 times.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's why you wanna watch the stream on screen share instead of on stream.
Yeah.
The barnacle color I had in mind was roughly something like this.
Yeah, Impound, we really loved that barnacle idea.
Yes, it was you. I'm glad you're here to see it being used. Yeah, everyone liked it. What is a good color to pair with this purple?
I feel like a vibrant red.
A vibrant red. I feel like red is going to be a bit clashy.
I mean, you could
So,
do
like,
like
this
a
is-
magenta.
Magenta works, but also like this purple is already giving like, not well like it's not the same, but it is very similar to Garchomp's blue. And like the red and orange on Garchomp can like fit as well.
Yeah, I just don't know about it being vibrant. I think it might need to be a bit darker and or desaturated.
Mm.
Yeah, like this red I think works okay. Not that you can see it at the moment. Maybe this lighter one is better. I'll give it a moment to catch up.
And then I also had to catch up. Also, I'm a big fan of magenta too. Like just in general, I love the color magenta. So I'll never say no to a good magenta.
Tog is suggesting red flippers. I don't know if I'm gonna like the flippers being a different color and being a very different color. A very different color.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be too weird if they were just completely a different color.
Yeah. But I'm putting it in so that we can see.
I agree, a red belly would be too Garchomp. But I was thinking more like red stripe or red splotch or like some sort of just red pattern that is not the whole thing, but like somewhere along the back. Oh, what about it like what was it the Paradoxmon that had like the red circle around the eyes? Like, what if we did a red circle around the eyes and barnacles with like a red line connecting them?
Uh, yeah, I could see a red marking around the barnacles. Yeah, I think the flippers being red is a little too weird. But let me steal that color.
And I just realized my idea is a little bit Kyogre, but that's fine.
I'll adjust the actual thickness later because right now I just put a stroke so that it applies it quickly to everything, and later I'll have to make sure that it's accurate. But
I like that. I would also consider the spines being a different color to separate them.
I guess I was picturing it just being basically one color, like flippers and spines all being the same color as the main body. I don't think it needs more than that.
Yeah, I think there's enough going on with the barnacle design.
Yeah.
You could, if you want more contrast, you could lighten the belly a little if you wanted to, but I like how vibrant it is right this second still.
Oh, fun.
Indigo approves of the colors.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Definitely gives it more character, besides it being a whale. Your dinner is in the microwave, so you just have to beep boop.
Beep boop. That was Butterfree Blue from earlier. I agree that the flippers being a different color makes it look more like ores, but I don't think it works for the design. I guess darker is okay.
Too jarring.
Yeah, if it's just like a slightly different color, like what I have right now, that's okay. But
Yeah, I feel like I could do with that gray.
yeah. Impound thinks that it looks like a poison type. Which
Fair.
is fair, yeah.
Could we see that same gray on the spines as well?
The flipper color?
Yeah. The flipper color on the spines as well.
Sure. But I wanna. Oh, I see. I want to see if I can make it a little bit less poison type by shifting the colors. Yeah.
People will look at this Pokemon like, what is it? Is this a poison? Is it a poison water type? Is it a dragon? Is it?
Yeah.
But I kind of like have them wonder.
I do like this desaturated blue-green color. The underbelly doesn't pair with it correctly, but I can try something else with that.
I feel like the desaturated blue-green makes it water type and not dragon any. Like, it is less dragon type too now, to me.
What if it's green?
On the bottom.
No, I mean everywhere. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Mm.
This looks okay to me. And it certainly does not look like a grass type.
I personally liked what we had first better, but I could live with this.
What I had first. So you prefer the purple version?
Yeah.
I do actually prefer the green version.
The purple will be the shiny that we will not talk about.
Something like that.
Ooh, I liked. It was like on screen for just a second, but that yellow from this green and the purple from the first version, and
I'm like, wait, what? I don't know what you saw.
it was the current yellow for the underbelly, but
Uh-huh.
the fins and front were the purples.
Oh,
The
okay.
purple.
So this. I have a request for a teal top and a bright yellow bottom.
Yeah, that I really like how that looks.
I'm okay with purple and khakis.
I like purple and khakis.
A blue or teal. I don't know. I think the green was my favorite. Well, purple and khaki. Is that what we're going with? That seems to be the consensus.
Can we just see the spines also being
Yes.
the same color as the flipper?
Yes. The spines don't have any separation at the moment, though, so I'm gonna have to wing what shape they have.
The green version could be the shiny, fitting with all the other green shinies.
Green and purple.
Mm,
What's your color preference?
I like the green. I think green is a more dragony kind of color.
That's what I said.
I feel like the green. I don't know. Like the green feels too like generic dragon versus and not cool dragon.
Okay.
And I think purple is more cool dragon. And I don't know if this is just a weird personal bias, but that is just what it is.
I think that it's like do green and purple. That's not a bad idea.
I had it. I had that up a second ago, like
yes.
that.
Actually, that's the one that I like the most.
Okay.
But I was gonna say, I think it being a normal dragon color, it works in its favor because then it reads more like dragon type, but it is a very unconventional dragon. So it makes up for the coloring in its personality. But yeah, but this one is my favorite, where it's the purple and the green.
Ironically, the green and purple together is my least favorite of the combos.
Oh, okay.
Topaz says green and purple. Dog says green and purple. I honestly, I'm okay with all three. It could be purple, purple, green, green, or green and purple. I'm okay with all of them. So anyone who has strong opinions should speak up.
I have strong opinions.
Okay, and you want purple.
Purple and khaki.
Yeah. Well, the khaki is staying for all of these variations. So
Yeah, purple, gray, khaki.
there's no gray. There's two different purples.
Yeah, I Flipper one is gray to me, but yeah, purple and purple.
Okay. I'm gonna give the chat a chance to chime in one last time before I call it done.
If anyone else has strong opinions, but that is my strong opinion.
Well, you know my take.
Imagine this thing using dragon breath.
Yeah, I can see it.
With it, no, I mean with its giant mouth.
Yeah, just it would be very scary.
Yes. Okay, Dog approves of purple and purple. I'm gonna go with it.
You had your chance, Indigo.
I said my piece. That's all good.
Yes, the green is shiny.
Okay.
We will all have peace of mind this way.
All right. I'm on schedule in the sense that I completed 4 today, but that is actually more than I was originally planning to do today. So I'm in good shape and making time to overthink some of the later ones. So
Nice. We're gonna need it for the starters.
yes. So the starters are what we're doing tomorrow. The first stage starters only, but that we'll be starting the starters.
Starting the starting point.
Yes. Yeah. So it will be a little bit tricky because we're working only on the first stage of 3-stage lines. I guess alternatively we could do like one entire starter line, but I decided to split it this way because just because of like the number of designs that I will be able to do each day. There's not going to be enough days where I can do 3 like all 3 starters together. So I thought it would be more interesting to just do each stage at a time.
Okay.
But yeah, so same time, I think, tomorrow. And yeah, we'll be doing all 3 starters. And then at the moment, there's only 2 that are going to be remaining for Saturday. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to do others. It just means that I'll have to pull up some that are scheduled for later. So.
Oh no, how could we get ahead?
Doing just one single line could be repetitive. I mean, I guess it could, but hopefully not, because hopefully each of the stages has enough unique personality. But yeah, I'm happy with what we came up with today, and I look forward to starter work tomorrow. So, see you then.
Bye. Go team.
Go team.
Team.
And that's what the stream ended on, with Fruppy just saying team.